Hang on. That's better. Hi, everybody. Oh, no, I did the smart thing just before kind of going live, which is I had a look at the giant stack of tabs I had open in the shell and thought, that's too many. Just too many text files open, too many builds running, so I did the smart thing and just wiped them. So I've done literally no prep before the stream. Yes. So, yes, my name is Scott. This is a stream where we fix things, mostly old games. More specifically, it's about working on ScummVM, which is an engine for playing old games on new systems, and adding support for Macromedia Director, which is a multimedia player that was very popular from the early 90s all the way up to the early 2000s. And we're continuing on from last week, where we made our first tentative steps into the only game, according to Roger Ebert, that counts as art, Cosmology of Kyoto. Absolutely no, I went in blind and it was absolutely not what I was expecting at all. It is a very kind of brutal, unflinching look into, I guess, 10th century Japan, like the hardship and the gross inequality of 10th century Japan, with some, I guess, like quite a lot of folklore, quite a lot of I guess spiritual myth kind of blended in. We did get sent to hell multiple times, and I think there are multiple hells. I think there are 6 different hells, and we visited some of them. We got eaten by a dog, which was like a nice bit of kind of Ouroboros cyclic, because like earlier on we saw a dog eating a body, and that later on, we saw a dog eating another dog, and then we reincarnated as the dog that got eaten by the other dog. So yeah, it's like I want to say like very similar themes to what would lay. I can't remember if Eastern Mind, Lost Souls of Tongno by Osamu Sato came out after Cosmology or before, but it is similar ground is being trod. Hey, Zizzy, how's it going? I've got all this junk on my desk. I just need to clean it up. What's this? Baron Munchausen. No, that's rubbish. Just chuck that out. Journey to the Beginning of Time. I have no idea what the hell that is. Just throw that away. What's this? Ikari XP1. That's not even a word. I'll just throw that out. What's this? Like, tomorrow I'll wake up and scold myself with tea. Yeah, also, again, just all this crap on my desk. And, okay, no, I can't, yeah. No, I'll keep Invention for Destruction, because I haven't watched that yet. But, yes, apropos of absolutely nothing, my desk is so much cleaner now. What was I doing? Oh, that's right, I was doing the thing with... Yeah, thought you might appreciate that, and yeah, I wasn't kidding. Like, once I started looking through the catalog, I absolutely, it was like, I really need like all of these. I need to start up a nice Blu-ray shelf. I'm taking this as a threat, but a very exciting threat. All right, well, game on, I guess. Have I mounted the CD? See, this would be... Professionals, I'm pretty sure, would have mounted the CD before the stream. Maybe checked if it worked. No, that's just my home folder. I don't want to show people that. Run media. Okay, Kyoto. I think it's Kyoto, yeah. I can't remember. The game was reasonably broken last time we tried it, if I recall correctly. I have fixed some of the things, not all of the things. There's quite a few things that are still broken about the game, but I can't remember if maybe the dialogue is fixed. I can't remember. I'll have to check. But the dialogue was certainly like a sticking point last time. Like. It was made harder by the fact that all of the kind of talking bits of the game, you had to like type in very specific things, like I fell it full stop to count as a positive response. Yeah, like I had to type a lot of full stops in this game, which hopefully we'll be able to patch out, because that's not very friendly. Oh, and I realized belatedly I should be running the audio. There we go. Just try that again. Oh wait, no, we don't want to. Okay, let's try that again, shall we? Because we don't have to. I've got a save game. I don't need to go through all this. Resume. MZZ, no, I do not. I do not believe I have access to the check film folder. I just, it was one of those cases where, like, literally it was a case like I saw Baron Munchausen, and I think I saw the, oh, what was the other one? It was like the Cinderella, the Cinderella one on your stream, and I was like, okay, let's just go in feet first. Let's you know, no half measures. Get a Blu-ray or two. Oh, thank you. I'll keep that in mind. I probably should watch the other ones first. It is tempting to, yeah, I'll watch the other ones first. But thank you. Okay, we're gonna. I've completely forgotten. Okay, Post Dog. I think Post Dog was the furthest. Yeah, because that was after we turned into a dog. But I think we need to go. Yeah, let's pick the cornfield. Let's just start early. And of course, we have to type our name exactly in here, or else the game won't let us in. Oh, I should check the audio levels because this bit's hella loud. There we go. Yeah, okay. Testing. Okay, that seems to be ducked enough. Let me know if the audio is a problem, because volume in this game, quite inconsistent. And I'm turning it down a little bit in my ears, which isn't very representative. Okay, so this is actually a bug here. So this game is set up so that every time you move, like to the left or to the right or forward, it's a movie switch, which somehow turns the audio, like it resets the audio that's playing, where I'm pretty sure, because it's the same clip, it should just be seamless. Oh, it's quite saturated but tolerable. Okay, let me bump that down a bit. I think the audio mixing in this game is pretty loud. Alright, is that a little better? There's not really much sound to miss in this game. At least so far, there's just been isolated bits. Yeah, this bit is very saturated. It's a very crunchy start to the game. Okay, so we'll just take these neat threads. We'll take a bag of shiny coins. Then we need to pop this guy on the head a few times. One sec. Cool. Take the amulet. Now we should be able to get back to town. Oh, that's right. So I fixed a few bugs in the last week. The main one was that we had an issue with just text boxes in general, where it would the game would crash. That's gone. The game, it might not work, but it won't crash, which is probably better. Oops. Okay, this guy. Our first friendship opportunity.
それは我が君より
Show that
賜
I
った
sold you
鬼
the
神退治の
demons.
証拠の札返してください。
Okay, have your amulet back.
かたじけない。わしは源頼光の老渡辺の綱と申す。そ
Okay.
の札をつくも神の鬼に奪われ難儀していたのじゃ。ん？何やら容器を感じぬか。
Alright, so we're going to type in the thing that I know works. I fell it.
容器を感じ
But that time it didn't work. Like, the code says that typing in I fell it, exactly like that, should have made the guy see the demon and hit it with the sword. But it doesn't. Alright, so we're going to put in a cheeky breakpoint for... what's it called? It's called like Check Kaiwa or something. I just want to get the right name. Yeah, Check Kaiwa. Okay. Hopefully that should be smart enough to let us know.
さてこそ出よう。
Oops. Oh no, I think because I waited,
逃げよったか。
that's not going to count as getting the sword.
これから都に入られるのじゃな。都には鬼が出没いたす。心していかれよ。
Yeah, we screwed up. If you do it right, he gives you the sword. So, not ideal. Oh, and you can't restore in the game. You have to go back to everything again. Okay, but we're gonna retry that one bit again, double check to see what is going on, because I realize that fixing this is going to be of limited use to actually playing the game, because some of the things that you have to type in are just a bit kind of just like too bonko to guess, like I fell it, but yeah, I kind of want to know why it's failing. The other thing that we might do tonight is try and add in a hot patch so that we can just say the word yes or no, because that would also be good for getting past like this really unfair bit of the game, or you know, the okay, we are okay. Start again. Okay, so unfortunately, as far as I can tell, you can't save inside the city. It always starts you in the cornfield. I don't know how true that. I mean, yeah, like even the save game where I got like killed by the dog, it started me in the cornfield. Ooh, MZZ asks, how much prior experience do you usually have with the games you work with? Not very much. Like maybe 1 or 2 times. That'd be like a director game that I played when I was like 10 or 11. But like this one I read about like on Home of the Underdogs back in the day, but I never got around to playing it because, you know, it was like, I don't know. I think it's like the time that I read it, or, you know, the time that I learned about it was like in about, you know, the early 2000s, and getting entire like disk images for games in the early 2000s, like that was really freaking hard. Like very few places had that. Like we yeah, definitely no Internet Archive where people just, you know, doing the Lord's work by uploading whatever they've got. It's interesting to me because director games are usually some of the most esoteric that they are. Like there's just, I think a large part of it is that director was really one of the kind of kickoff points where you didn't need to have like a proper programming team to put together, I want to say, like, at the time, like a AAA quality CD-ROM title. I mean, obviously you could make a cheaper looking one for cheaper, but yeah, it really kind of like shift, because before, until now, like there'd been like cool things that have been happening on computer, but they were all kind of led by, like, most of them were kind of led by, I don't know, the more auteur types who just happen to be good programmers as well. Whereas with this, it was more just like, oh yeah, I can use Photoshop. I can, put together like a timeline of scenes. I can do, some very basic scripting, and like that's suddenly kind of, you had a little bit of that with HyperCard, but then Director really just kind of exploded, because then you could just immediately go, oh look, I've got it for Mac and Windows. That's like, yeah, also incredibly powerful, because at the time, like, Windows was just like, this is pre-DirectX, like Windows was just absolutely the worst platform imaginable to write games for. So very few people did. Okay. But I will say, yeah, like some of the more exciting things, which I've been looking forward to, is like more of the museum type displays and art gallery pieces. Like, we've gotten a couple of them so far, but so many, like, I'm thinking like SciTech over in Western Australia, and like, I guess like Questron and places like that, places which would like commission their own sort of multimedia displays, and usually Director is the thing that they would get it done in, because that was just like, all of the multimedia like design shops back then, they knew Director, because that was just what you did things in. So being able to kind of like have a method for preserving those, that is incredibly exciting. So I'm gonna grab that. Sorry again for the... You know what? Actually, I probably should just write down what movie the guy is in. Oh, but we need to get the amulet before people talk to us, so we do actually have to do this bit. Okay. So let's go for the grass. I say cornfield, I'm pretty sure it's not corn. Okay. Now, before you have a chance to like start talking and time out, we are gonna put in a breakpoint for check Kaiwa.
こんなところで何をして、ここには鬼が出るとの噂がある。早々に立ち去れ。ほう、その札をどうなされた？それは我が君より賜った鬼神退治の証拠の札。返してください。
Yes, have the amulet.
かたじけない。
This game is also kind of fascinating because, I guess, of like, well, the notoriety for one thing, but also there's like very little information like about like guides for how to play it, and there's such a depth of things you can do. Okay. Oh right, okay. This will check every single time we push down the keyboard, which, oh, it's gonna time out. Oh no, I've made a mistake. Okay. What we need to do is... sorry. What I actually meant to do was put in a breakpoint for like after we hit enter, because this function gets called every time you push a key on the keyboard, which is obviously going to be tedious if we're typing stuff into the text box. But really what we need is a... yeah, we need to pick like... So like, look here, it's getting the key code. It's then checking to see if it's equal to, or if it's not equal to 36, which 36 is the key code, which means enter. Oh, sorry, yeah. It's checking 36 doesn't equal the output that we get from key code. And then after that, it is jumping to here. Yeah, okay, so we want to go check Kaiwa, position 18. Okay, sorry, we're gonna start again. Could be better. I mean, it could be worse. We don't have to sit through the entire intro, which you can't skip unless you saved your game, which is another cool design feature by the devs. I personally think it's great. More games, you should just have unskippable things at the start. Makes you appreciate the game all that much more. Yeah, we're gonna resume. We're gonna go to Cornfield again. Take the bag. Yeah. All right. Let's... Actually, no, we have to go to the screen first. I can't remember if we got... Yeah, here we go. Okay. The check Kiowa 18? Oh. Oh no. Okay. No, we don't want that. If you del 1 funks. I forgot. You gotta... I mean, I wrote the debugger, so I've got... I can't really blame anyone for this. 840, check Kiowa 18. I think that's right. Oh, no, I got it wrong again. BBDEL 2... There we go.
なところで何をして、ここには鬼が出るとの噂がある。早々に立ち去れ。ほう、その札をどうなされた？それは我が君より賜った鬼神退治の証拠の札。
Where did I get that?
返してください。かたじけない。わしは源頼光の渡辺の綱と申す。この札をつくも神の鬼に奪われ難儀していたの。
Okay.
ん？何やら妖気を感じぬか。
Alright. Wait, what? Come on.
妖気を感じ...
I fell it. Okay, the first time I think, because I'd spent too much time in the debug menu before going to the thing, it punished me by just skipping the first text box early, which, yeah, what a cool game. Yeah, it's gonna do all that. I mean, to be fair, MZizzy, they probably didn't have... I mean, they probably weren't anticipating that someone in the future would be using a step-through debugger and therefore... I don't know, write the timing sequences to be nicer for that. They'd just be assuming that people were just playing the game. Anyway, I'm just fascinated with this dialogue screen in particular because like none of the legit things you're allowed to type I would have ever gotten in a million years. It's just absolutely bonko. Like can we see the things that we're allowed to type? Yeah. So I'm meant to say, yes, noting I don't know where if I want it to not work. But what I'm meant to say is behind, demon, I do, I fell it, feel it, look out, oh, I see it, oh. And like, yeah, even like the last one, you have to have the exclamation mark and the full stop, else it does not register it as like the correct thing. It's, yeah. And this is like the first dialogue I've seen of the game. It's incredible. I mean, okay. My theory is still that, because like the rest of the game is really nicely translated. My theory is that when they were doing the translation, they just, like the original dev team put in these like placeholder things and it just got overlooked. But it's, it's cool nevertheless. But yeah, I typed in I fell it, so it should count as a true pass. Where am I? One second. Okay, where's the bit where it actually checks? Oh my word. This is okay. Somehow I missed this during the first time I was kind of like looking through this. The game has just for any interaction you have, if you say one of the following: fool, simpleton, stupid person, kill, shut up, get out of my hair, and you say it exactly like that, that sets a special flag in the game called Kaiwa Fool. And I'm guessing there's like karmic consequences through the rest of the game. I really want to know if someone like maybe someone might have typed kill. That's not just by itself. That's possible, but like the rest of these is just it's great. I just love the idea that like I don't know, like I think I translated like because there's like the Japanese equivalent above it, which doesn't render here because the debug console doesn't read it good. But and I know one of them is baka, and you know surely someone's going to type that in the original. But yeah, there's just so much kind of, this game has got so much hidden treasure in it. I think that's what I'm trying to angle at. Stuff which even the people who bravely like spelunked it and wrote blog posts about it, I feel that even they've just kind of scratched the surface. Maybe this is why Roger Ebert thinks this is the only art game ever made. Who can say? Sorry, where was I? Okay, I was looking for the bit which I'm trying to find the thing which I'm just reading the code here to try and figure out the bit which is checking to see if it's a true thing as opposed to a false thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a breakpoint on 74. I'm also going to debug flag enable lingo exec debug level 5. This will print out all the code as it runs, which is kind of important. And then I'm just going to type in Finn. Okay, so clearly it didn't hit yes. It just, or maybe it did. Hang on. Saying get out of my head, everyone, from now on. Yeah, I feel it's due for a comeback. All of these are due for a comeback. just going to my enemies and just calling them stupid person or simpleton. Simpleton's good. What are we doing? We're okay. We'll just go to the dev thing here. Okay, so I did all that. It then so it get So you can see that the way that the code is working is that it takes this list of things which count as valid responses. It then splits it up by commas, and then it tests to see if the thing I typed matches. In this case, it does not match because for some reason there's a single space at the start. I don't know why there's a single space. I didn't type a space, but somehow there is one. Okay, but that explains why it didn't work. That, I'm guessing, is going to be a bug to do with the text boxes, because there are quite a few of those. Yeah, alright. because yeah, the way it works is it just checks to see if the thing you typed begins with these exact words, and having a space at the start, that's obviously that's completely different. That wouldn't match. So, all right. Okay, I feel one more go around. This time I will make doubly sure that I'm not typing in a space, and I'll put in a breakpoint just to double check. But if it's just something to do with like the way that we're typing stuff in, I don't know. I want to establish, is this because of just like something that happens after I push the enter key? Or is it something, does the text box just start with a space and you have to know that you need to remove the space? Or maybe it starts with a space, but because director assumes that because it's white space, it just ignores it. It's hard to say. It's hard to say like what's kind of responsible for this. So, oh, we can just play the scene again. We don't have to actually like start all the way at the beginning because we've got. Oh, maybe we do because we gave the amulet over. We'll see. So we'll start the movie again.
ここには鬼が出るとの噂がある。早々に立ち去れ。
Oh, that's right. We've given him the amulet. So he's got no reason to talk to us. That's rude. Okay, one more go. One more go from the top. Hey Alvanla, fix the nasty bug in ScummVM's lingo code. I don't know what you mean. ScummVM's lingo code is perfect. There are no flaws. There are only bad movies. Stealing that. Yeah. So on the back end, like, this game is actually quite simple. There's not very much, like, all the state is just like, there's a big list of, like, a couple of hundred flags, and they get changed as you do things. So it would be, I think, interesting maybe, from like a documenting the game perspective to just, I don't know, literally just make a spreadsheet with all the flags and figure out what they do. Because like one of them's going to be like picking up the amulet, another one's going to be, did you say, get out of my hair to somebody? All of the good things that you need to keep track of. Oh, there's probably a few there for tracking money and karma. Karma's on the left and money's on the right. Okay. Alright. Pardon me, I'm just scrolling up to see what the name of the exact method name of that thing was. It was 840 check Kaiwa 18, I think it was. Yeah.
ここには鬼が出るとの噂がある。早々に立ち去れ。ほう、その札をどうなされた？それは我が君より賜った鬼神退治の証拠の札。返してください。
Yeah, you can have it back.
かたじけない。 わしは源頼光の渡辺の綱と申す。この札をつくも神の鬼に奪われ難儀していたの。
The demon of passing time, huh?
ん？何やら容器を感じぬか。
Okay, so I fell it. So that time, Vars, Var? Oh wait, no, it's in a field, so we don't have that yet as a variable. Anyway, we'll see in a little bit. So we'll go debug flag, enable lingo exec, debug level 5, and just finish the function. And we can see in topple mode, yeah, it counts as a yes. Okay, so the issue was that there was a space in the text box, which was wrecking my input, even though I was cheating. So this time will work.
さてこそ出よ。おのれ逃げおったか。これから都に入られるのじゃな。都には鬼が出没いたす。我が家10代の名刀
The beard cutter sword.
守り刀となされるがよい。
Yes, please. I'll be just stashing that in my inventory.
心していかれよ。さらばじゃ。
Okay. All right, and now he's bugged off. Okay, next time we have like a talky talk sequence, I'm gonna double check the field before I type anything to make sure if there's like a space there, because if there is, that's gonna be a problem. But we should be able to get in the city now. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So, last time we just kind of got stuck wandering around. Oh wait, no. Still want to look at that because there were some dead ends. Like it felt like kind of the trick was that you were meant to kind of get to the Imperial Palace, but I couldn't get to the Western Market. I couldn't really get much further past the Eastern Market. We did see some roosters fighting one another, but yeah, like the game throws a lot of yokai at you as soon as you try and go too far, and then pretty much as soon as you like run into a yokai, then you get sent to one of the 6 hells, which is less than ideal for sightseeing, or less than ideal for speedrunning, especially. And yeah, the only guide that I found for this game has basically just been like a list of things to check out. Oh no, these two. Actually, this is a conversation, so we'll be able to check out the text box, see if it's legit. I'll turn on debug mode for drawing. What do I want to know? I think this was I think this was also a case like where none of the both of the two options did nothing, or like there were no choices to pick. Tell us, what do you want to know? I want to know why the text box is busted, actually. Okay, so that's channel 14, which is cast member 956. which by default contains a single space. Oh my freaking work. Okay. So
おお、今をときめく道長公のこと。とか、それなら何でも知っとる。No.
I'm just having a squiz at the... Yeah, both options are up and like... Doesn't matter what you type in here. Like, they'll always talk about Lord Korochika and the archery tour.
道長公が一本の弓を射るにあたって自分の家から天皇妃がお立ちになる運勢があるならこの矢は的中せよとおっしゃって矢を放ったんじゃ。するとその矢は見事的の真ん中に当たった。それからまたこの自分が決勝関白の職に就く運命にあるならばこの矢は的中せよとおっしゃって矢を放たれたところ的の割れるほど強く的中したんじゃの。ああ、そうじその通り。まことに強い運勢を持ったお方じゃ。他に何が聞きたい？
Okay, how about get out of my hair? Huh, this time it doesn't seem to be doing anything? Like why isn't enter registering? Or maybe it is, but it's just not kind of...
ああ、そうじゃ、その通りじゃ。道長公のことを世間のある人は聖徳太子の生まれ変わりといい。
Good point, KN3KK. It is, it's not case sensitive, I double checked. Gives you that saving grace. Like, it does require exact spacing and punctuation, but it is not case sensitive.
Oh, so yeah. So no story.
I don't want to ask anything, I want to leave. Okay, good. So we can... Alright. Let's keep trying to go north until we get cut off. Fine. Is this east? Yes, it's east, okay. I'm just kind of skipping through this because we saw most of this, I think, last time. Okay, so we don't want to go south. We want to go. Let's try and go through the eastern market. Oh, and that's been cut off early. That's right. That was another. So yeah, the two sound bugs that we have in this game so far. One is that music gets restarted every time you do a movie switch, which in this case is every time you turn around, it's a new movie. And the other one is that dialogue gets clipped real early, and I don't know why that is, but maybe we'll have a look at that. Assuming that we can't make any progress through them. Oh, okay, there's a map for the market. Thank God for that. Alright. Oh, and there's an exit at the end. So we'll just if we just kind of if we squeeze past the cockfighting, then we might be able to actually escape out the back of the Eastern Market, because I did not know there was a door out the back. That I didn't run into last time I played this. This is the food stall. That's the cockfighting. I do now after hearing that performance. I need some freaking salt, thanks. Okay. Let's get some rice. Rice also seems like it'd be a useful kind of staple food stuff to have. No, we're good. Who are you? Oh, okay. And then we should be able to turn right here to leave. Oh wait, no, this is... Uh-oh.
やがましい。盗んだ金を出すんや。金さえ出したらケリー様には突き出さん。はよ出すんや。本当に知らん。何もしてない。しぶといやつや。殺してしまうぞ。そこのお方、どうかお助けください。私は何もしていない。なんやお前。この女助ける言うんか。
Yeah.
なんやお前。この女助ける言うんか。
Oh, come on. It wasn't that? It wasn't yes with a full stop? Oh, wait. Do I have debugging still switched on? Oh, okay. So let's look at like the things that we're allowed to say for this fun encounter. Also, I should have saved. Anyway, that's okay. Okay, so we could say, I don't know, never forget it, sorry, no, hey you. Oh no, here's the full list. Okay. Oh my god. This time it's got yes, but it starts with a space. You've got to be kidding me. This game. So, because I just said yes, it didn't treat that as legitimate. So, we'll go okay. Okay, now I've probably spent too much time and it's going to be punishing me for that, but we'll go. Sorry. I tried to say yes. Okay. Oh. Like. And now they're gone. Oh yeah, the pop-in is also another interesting thing that I need to check if happens in the original. But this game is brutal. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was looking through my scroll back, but yeah, it's too far now. Oh, sorry, lady. I tried. I tried to say yes. But I think, yeah, this game would be eminently a lot more playable if we made that particular script much fairer. Oh, this is like a stream. It's like a stream that goes through all of Kyoto. And that's... Oh, you could walk along the stream. Oh, I should probably go back in full screen mode. Oh, this sounds like yokai music. I'm gonna get yokai'd. Whole bunch of new friends up here. Do you think a dead person has a soul? What do you say? I of course say... yes.
死体に魂などはな。人は死ぬと魂が抜け、別の世界に生まれ変わるのだ。ところでお主、
Do you know about the hells?
知っておるか?
Yes.
そうか、そうか。
Should we take a look at hell?
を見てみたいか?
Oh. No.
お主、気が触れておるのか? 哀れじゃのう。
I think that was successful. Like, the implication there was that he was just gonna kill me, right? And like, this is so... Oh, here we go. When the sky changes color, that means you're about to get yokai'd. And that will actually send us to hell. But I can't turn around, so I guess... yeah, right. Oh, okay, we're at like the little funeral plot at the side of the map. But anyway, we have no choice. Oh no, we can turn around. Whoop. Oh, I think I've seen this. Yeah, I want to say if you're squeamish about decay, maybe turn away. Oh, jeez. We're just standing here for a real long time, huh? Just hanging around long enough for someone to be skeletonized. Oh, okay, we went back to town. So we're no longer in yokai territory. I don't want to move towards the sound of the crying child.
心ないこと、なんという心ないことを。この者が馬の尻を。
Nice. This person, that horses.
草を食べる馬の尻を打っただけでございます。せかしただけでございましょう。そのようにご立腹なさらずとも。
なんという心ないこと。
Yeah, not very cool.
そなたの父母であったやもしれぬ。それを打つとは。
知らぬか。安種様には大変失
Yasutane.
礼
Is
な
that
ことを
a
いたし
name
まし
that
た。
we know of?
そなたの父母が我が子への執着がこうして馬に生まれ変わり苦しみを受けておるのだ。我がの父母を撃つ。もったいないもったいない。
Yeah, how disrespectful. Just height of rudeness, smacking a horse in the ass.
この世で功徳を積めば浄土に生まれ変わることができるというのに、そなたも信じるであろう。
Oh, do I believe it? Y-E-S. Oh. That should have worked. Why didn't that work? Fuck. Alright. It is another case of so this time we will say yes with a space at the front. I think so. Think so. Of course. You bet. I do. Sure. Those are all the you know, the true things you could have said. What's the other list? Oh, no, not, no way, don't, I don't. The fact that there are spaces at the start of some of these things that you have to type in, I want to very quickly check something in Real Director because I want to say that, like, that's ungettable. Like, you can't expect someone to put a single space in, which makes me think that maybe Real Director doesn't take into account spaces at the very start, which very, very easy to test. We just need to go into Cosmology. No, not CompuServe. Cosmology. Kyoto. Into the dumps and have a quick look at this. Okay, so this is the original code which has been decompiled by hex project arrays. Now, the way that it checks is that it goes y equals 1 to the number of items in Kaiwa true, and that's basically, so Kaiwa true is the comma separated list of things. So we want to check two things. Firstly, if we go if we use number of items to split things up, does it begin with a space? Like, is it stripped off? Is the space stripped off by this, or is the space stripped off by this? And if the answer is no for both, then it just made an incredibly hard game for no reason. Which is, well, not entirely for no reason, but you know what I mean. Windows. Okay. And 3KK says this is so frustrating that it's so inconsistent. I imagine, yeah, if I was playing the game for fun, it would be very frustrating. From like a kind of bug fixing, developing standpoint, this isn't too bad. Like, it's at least kind of something that's very easy to replicate, and therefore, I mean, it's a little kind of annoying that we can't, you know, the behavior, it's not very clear what the legit correct expected response is meant to be, and we have to do a few tests, but the tests are fairly easy. So we will just kind of recreate what we have in that script here in in director. So if we go repeat with y equals 1 to the number of items in oh, right, okay. And we gotta do it. We can't do it in the message window. We gotta do it in a script. That's fine. We can do that. So we'll do that. Put item. Okay. Set target equals of target. Put and actually let's start with that. So that should print out strings for all of the stuff in there. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, okay. So as expected, number of items in target, that preserves the space, it preserves the full stop. And now we just got to check to see if what is it? Item y of target starts a. Yep, and starts with doesn't strip out any white space. It's just bastard hard. It's just bastard hard. I love that. Okay, and we'll just try it again with just A, and that should match the last two. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Anyway, all right. So we'll leave that be for a little bit. Why? Then I'll end up in hell. Yes.
それでは阿弥陀念仏を唱えましょう。南無阿弥陀仏、南無阿弥陀仏。
Namu Amida Butsu. Okay. I remember that, like, if you misspell Namu Amida Butsu, then the game doesn't like that. So maybe that was one of the few spellings that was correct. No screaming child, please. Ooh, what do we got here? can't interact with this wall of people. It's like all these people, we can't do anything with them? Oh. Uh-oh. What happened? Excuse me 1 second. There we go. I think ScummVM crashed and it ate my mouse. I'm just rebuffering. Yeah, we got a seg fault. That ain't good. That ain't good for anybody. And I didn't save. I guess this is one of those circles of hell that they're talking about. Okay. We got circle the idle stuff. Where did it die? Okay. So some kind of graphics copy operation ate it big. And what movie was this in? Because I get the feeling that's going to be important. Excuse me 1 sec. I just got to look up how to check what movie it is when you have a dead shell. Okay, so it's movie, get archive, get path name. Yeah, alright, we can do that. Let's go up to 6. Movie. What's the ownership? Is the window, does the window have the ownership of the movie? What is this object model? Director. Get current movie. Yeah, alright. So it's... Oh, the thing is, I'm not sure if I can run code. I'm gonna have to trace it through by hand. Alright. So it's current window. This current window, current movie. Yeah, alright. And then current movie archive. Path name. Nice. Okay. So I'm just going to write that down in my little text file. So that had a seg fault. And what frame did it die on? It died on... Score... Frame... Oh no, just gives you the car frame number. Frame 8. Okay. Died when blitting something. Yeah, we should be able to replicate that by just jumping to it, but yeah. Okay. Well, given that we've crashed, all right. Oh, that's the other thing I knew. Okay, so I think actually before we kind of look into fixing a bug, I want to check out, I just want to quickly run it in DOSBox, which is not something I've done yet. Hey Marty.zone. Yes, it is Roger Ebert's I'm pretty sure it's, yeah, only favorite video game. And as we've established, just coincidentally, one of the hardest video games ever made. Just very, very difficult during the interactive portions to type in something the game recognizes. Yeah, I think tonight, yeah, I really want to kind of look into what it would take to patch out, yeah, to patch out the dialogue input to be something fairer, because what we've got now is manifestly just bastard hard for no reason. But before that, I want to open up Cosmology of Kyoto in DOSBox just to check the sound, because the other bug that we kind of ran into was that whenever you move to a different screen, or whenever you like turn around, it would restart the sound, and I'm pretty sure the original does not do that. So I gotta get out of here. Mount tcrom. Is this D? tcrom. Games director 4 Cosmology of Kyoto. What was the name of the ISO? Oh yeah, okay. Mount D. I think this is one of those games you can just run from the CD. Save me the bother of having to install it. Oh, okay. Yeah. I must have been testing the dark eye, which yells at you if you have more than 256 colors. Windows setup. Change system settings. I think we're going to change the display to be... Oh wait, did I think I have a save game here. Actually, screw... Yes, we do want to use the save game that's here, because not using the save game means sitting through the cutscene, which takes forever. Where the hell did I put it? Was it in here? Yeah, it did. Okay. Son of Eld. Yep, we're indeed fixing things. We're fixing Cosmology of Kyoto, a 10th century Japan simulator, which notoriously is Roger Ebert's favorite game. And don't get me wrong, really amazing. It looks amazing. It's just like incredibly ambitious. It's just, and like surprisingly very well translated, except for the bits where you have to type stuff in. That's like the bits where you have to type stuff in after like decompiling the code, you'll never in a million years be able to get it right, because you have to type in like sometimes you have to type in yes full stop, other times you have to type in single space yes full stop, other times you have to type in like I fell it full stop, other times it's just the word yes. Who can say? So Kusumura. Wait a second, if it's going here. I know, we're starting in the field again. Yep, check the mirror. Oh, it's also good to know that in the real game, the inventory just disappears until you need it. I was slightly worried that it might be a case of like there's a director bug which I need to fix, which is when I don't know, one of the ways you can abuse directory is you can do this strobing effect, and some games like Hellcab and Team Extreme, they use it for the inventory screen. So instead of having like one channel per inventory item, they will just use one channel and then in a script just set it to be like, you know, move it across the screen 8 times and hit refresh each time, and just abuse the fact that because like screen updates are a bit bit bugged, that it will just, you know, you'll be able to see 8 things on the screen. But we currently don't have support for that in ScummVM yet. But I will need to add it because there are multiple games which expect you to turn off dirty rectangles and just display crap on the screen. Oh, interesting. When you turn your head, the sound does reset, which is... yeah, which is what we're hearing in ScummVM. So it is in fact not a bug. It is just meant to sound not great. So you got to be careful. You got to actually like test. You can't just assume that because something sounds a bit naff, that it's the wrong thing. It could be very, very true. Make sure you don't fix director too much, or you'll break all the games. I don't know what you're talking. Oh, you mean like? You mean in the sense that like one set of edge cases will break another? I did that last week actually. Yeah, because we recently added the Dark Eye by Inkscape, which is a claymation horror game based on the works of Edgar Allan Poe, also written entirely in scripts. Like, it barely uses any of the director features other than just moving stuff around of scripts. And it also relies on a bunch of very specific timing conditions. And I thought, oh, I'll just fix like a timing bug in Kyoto by very, very gently changing something, and yeah, completely broke Dark Islands. So I had to change it back. Oh yeah, this guy here. I want to check to see what the text box situation is when I talk to him too. Interesting. Okay, so this is also using the Windows fonts. Currently, I don't think we have support for Windows fonts, but I don't know. Like, well, you know, the ScummVM can read Windows fonts. We just don't have the ability to load in Windows fonts as an option. Okay. Yeah, right. So if you click the text box, then there's already a space there that's there to trip you up. Okay, that's good to know. That's not a director bug. That is a game bug. But luckily we should be able to fix quite a lot of this if we can hot patch the method used for conversations. Also interesting that the lower bit of the text is being snipped off the Windows fonts. So I'll go to reference. Is this also using the same font? Great, okay. Oh, another thing that I kind of noticed in ScummVM, the text seems to just kind of overflow off the edge of the window. Maybe that's just some kind of like issue that we've got kerning. It could very well be that maybe the original does this. I get the feeling that maybe this was designed on Mac and they didn't really give too much thought into making it look exactly the same on Windows, but that's just I mean, that is kind of a risk. Like, you'll notice that after a while, looking through directed games, quite a lot of them just save the text as bitmaps. Like Tong No, that's all bitmap text. There's very little typed text in the game, which very good for compatibility. Very, I guess, annoying for accessibility, and I guess for patching, or maybe it's better. Who can say? Okay. Well, that's answered a few of my questions, namely, okay, sound resetting every time you switch scenes is in original, and text overflowing in encyclopedia is in original. Text entry boxes having a trap space in them is in original. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they're anyway. Was there something else that I wanted to check out here in DOSBox while we're here? I guess not. I mean, oh no, there is one thing I want to check out in DOSBox while we're here, and that is how do the cockfights work? Because last time when we were looking through this, the cockfight did a thing, like a betting mechanic, where you had to like drag money onto the screen, and instead like the entire window, like the entire contents of the window was being dragged around, which yeah, I don't think that was in the original. But more importantly, I want to see what was meant to be happening. Okay, we'll just get to the market. Sonneveld says, I found it pretty useful to modify docs for DOSBox to have extra debugging, but I imagine that'd be a little harder if you got Windows 3.1 in the mix as well. It is a little bit harder. I have written my own tools to basically I don't know, the issue, right, is that Windows 3.1, it dynamically remaps where the program is every time you run it, which makes it a little bit difficult to kind of like add breakpoints in that. So I have written like a bunch of like some Python scripts, and like the way I was doing it when I had to debug something before was I would dump I'd dump as much memory as I could into 2 files, and then I'd run a Python script on it to extract what there's like a pointer to a lookup table which contains like the location of all the processes in memory. Then I'd scrape that and and then it would give me like the 16-bit pointers where everything was. And it was really nasty, but at the same time, it was very useful for, I don't know, following along in like IDA Pro. Oh, and the other trick was something else. Yeah, that's right. I think like a few years ago, I sent a patch to DOSBox to add in a coverage mode for the instruction tracer, and that's been really useful for, especially like in IDA and Ghidra. Like what you can do, right, is you can, you basically like if you turn on like the coverage style of debug logging, it'll just spit out every address that it reads to a file, or every program address to a file, and then you can just transform that back into IDA addresses and then give it to like Lighthouse or Dragon Dance, I think is the Ghidra equivalent, and it will basically just like on the disassembly, it'll just paint in colors like, oh, this is like every address that was like accessed when you did this thing in the program. Yeah, it's basically the same as instruction logging, except like it's well, yeah, it's not as verbose, and there's a way of like painting it on the disassembly in Ghidra and IDA, which it's definitely useful if you kind of need to isolate like one specific thing from a bunch of background noise, because you can run like a trace. You can run a trace just that does like of yourself doing nothing, like just recording like sitting around, and then you can record another trace of like just clicking a button to enable a feature, and then do like a binary, you can overlay the two so that like the idle stuff is subtracted out, and it's like, oh, so this is the function that's responsible for like, doing the copy protection or accessing, playing back movies and stuff. Yeah, I'm trying to do more. I don't know. I did before Ghidra came out. I did pay for an IDA license because I did use IDA a lot, but I'm now trying to spend more of my time making Ghidra better for retro analysis, because yeah, I don't know. Well, it's especially like kind of crap now because IDA moved to like the software as a service model. You no longer have a perpetual license. Sunwell says, when I was trying to reconstruct code, I would use the color to map out the happy path and just concentrate there first. That is a good point, yeah. ScummVM does have a special agreement with the IDA people for a reasonably old, I think it's like version 5 version of Pro, but it does open up 16-bit executables, which honestly is like, yeah, I mean, yeah, 16-bit in Ghidra at the moment is it's very messy, mostly because I think, well, I mean, just because 16-bit assembly is, I mean, yeah, not to be kind of, I don't know, too negative, but it is literally one of, like, 16-bit x86 is really bad. I have yet to find an assembly language that just fills me with more loathing than 16-bit assembly for x86. And Ghidra, yes, Ghidra does not like segments. It is, I've looked into it, the pointer model is absolutely not set up for the idea of segments just in general, but when you like include the like really cooked protected mode style segments where you have like what's it called, like a remapping table. I can't remember the name of the Windows 16 equivalent, but yeah, it's not cut out for that at all. It really hates it. Okay. Oh wait, no. What am I doing? I want to go back to the market. I want to see the cockfight. Okay. We could save the lady now as well. That's also an option.
いらっしゃいいらっしゃい、口に甘いで。
さあ取り合わせや。なんぼかけようと儲けはあんた次第や。どっちかの鶏にかけるんや。かけた鶏が勝ったら倍返しや。
If your cock wins, you double your money. Oh,
こっちやな。で、なんぼかける？
oh, okay. And you click the bag multiple times. We'll go $2 dues.
勝負。
Come on. Yes!
おめでとうさん。さ、倍返しや。
Oh, okay. So there's no dragging required at all. It just works.
まだやるか。
Okay, and then they get put back in their cages. Why was it triggering the drag action then, I wonder? Alright, well, we'll just cut to the reference screen for now. What are we doing? Okay, well, we know that sound resetting isn't a bug. Text overflowing isn't a bug. Text entry boxes having just spaces which like screw up your typing, that's not a bug. Or, you know, it's not a... It's undesirable, but it's not a bug. And so I guess then, you know what, let's go for it. Let's go, while we're deep in the weeds, let's see if we can think of a way to monkey patch this function here. So we got all of this. Global my paradata. Yeah, so what we need to do is we need to just inject a few extra things into here. Oh, actually no. No. We need to sanitize the stuff in the array, don't we, as well? So we need to have like a step which kind of cleans up whatever's in the text box so that it is doesn't have any punctuation and doesn't start with a space, you know, all the spaces are kind of ripped off. And then we also got to do the same thing for each item in the true and the false list. And we also have to preserve this mechanic where if you call someone a fool, then you get like a special karma flag added to your state. Right, okay. Now, I don't think we actually... I'm not sure if we actually have like the means of doing this in the quirks mode at this moment. We might have to actually mod quirks mode to give us more power to hot patch things like this. Because at the moment, quirks are really... like, we do have the ability to like do script patches in quirks. But... where were they? Where were the script quirks? Oh, they might be in Lingo. But yeah, they're all for like Director 3 games where the scripts are in plain text and it just kind of lets you yeah, this thing, Lingo Patcher. So, yeah, that's the thing. Like, if... Yeah, so it's basically just kind of writing over the original script. Where it should... Now I'm kind of torn, right? Because, I mean, like... Oh, actually, you know what? No. We need... I think we need a second patcher here, because even, like... On the one hand, like, Kyoto is one of the few Director 4 games where they just didn't bother to lock any of it. Like, all the scripts are there in plain text. You can just open the file. But I don't really want to use this type of patch, which is basically just like copy paste to the text. I'd much prefer to be able to just replace a single function, like override a single function with something. So, what do we got? I got this. Also, I wonder, like, how many of the... Like, we have actually improved, like, the resilience of the preprocessor. Maybe we don't need some of these Warlock bodges anymore. Because this was originally just done to, like... to work around typos in the original game scripts, which were kind of blocking the game from going forward. But maybe we just need to get better. Maybe it's a skill issue. We just need to get better at reading them. But anyway, the bones of this are good. I think that, like, what I'd like is the ability to basically have most of this. So we have, like, you know, we'd have the name of the game, the version, the platform, all of that. Name of the movie file. And then, you know, the script. But instead of just like patching it by line, what I'd want to be able to do is be able to say, I want to replace this script handler with this other one that I've made, which is better. So maybe if we just kind of, if we copy what we got here. So we go struct script handler patch const script handler patches. And then we'll just nick this. And yeah, most of this will be the same. And okay, so instead of having a line number, we're gonna have const car handler name handler body. So let's go through and do this. So we'll say Kyoto how do we do it? How do we do it in the original? We did, yep, null pointer, K platform, Windows. And then okay, and yeah, the file that we were wrecking was oh god, there's so many shared fault. Okay, we might have to patch all of them, which would be interesting. On check Kaiwa. Okay, that shared.dxr has it. I imagine. Oh, okay. Maybe. But I mean, like, all of these would. Okay. Interesting. I would have thought all of them would have had it, but maybe only one of them has, like, the source code intact. Because, yeah, that's the find folder one, which I think might have been the one that I was checking for the... might have been the one I was checking, but... How about just check Kaiwa? You got anything about that in there? Yes, you do. Okay, so maybe the rest are kind of compiled ahead of time. But I'm pretty sure that... Yeah, every single one of these is going to have a function like that. So I think we're just going to have to try and patch this everywhere, which is very cool and normal. Otherwise, we'll just have like 9 different patches, which prefer not to do that. That doesn't sound great. And then we go score script. And then, oh, and we know it's going to be 802. Yeah, so was it 802? There would oh geez, all right. It might be moved around. I was kind of hoping I didn't have to dump all of them, but I might have to dump all of them. How are we doing this? Oh, dang, all right. Yeah, the other kind of complicated thing would be... Oh, it wouldn't be that complicated. It's just that we will need to include UTF-8 characters because there's Japanese text in this function that we want to stub out. Yeah. Okay. This has become slightly more complicated than I was expecting. So we need to kind of decide. Like, no, you know what? Screw it. We can just have multiple records. We can have like one record per file if necessary. It'd be slightly annoying, but we can do that. There's nothing, you know, nothing stopping us. You can do anything at Zombocom. I wish I was paying attention to which shared thing I dumped, but okay. Well, for starters, to check if it's working, let us. Okay, what were the choices? There were. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure this is the one that was used by talking to the guy outside, which is going to be the one we're going to use to test. So we'll use this as the path for now. Score script 0, 0. Well, it won't be 0, 0. We will, you know, I'll dump this with hex rays just to be sure. Oh, yeah, okay, we've already done that. Internal. Yeah, so it's definitely script 906. So we should be able to, so we'll change this to 906. Script type, cast lib, default cast lib. Because it's a default. Yeah, like this is for if you have, in Director 5 they added multiple cast libs. We're just on Director 4, so we just have the normal one, which is this, and shared, which gets mapped into the same namespace, so it is effectively the same thing. Yeah, and then we're just gonna scrub all over, check Kaiwa. And then we will have const car Kyoto entry box fix. Is there a special way of doing kind of multi-line strings in C? I don't think there is there? It's just, I know you can like have multiple, you can just jam a string next to, you know, like if you do this, is this allowed? I don't think it is. No, you have to have like one line per string, or like, you know, do this and then this for it to count, if I recall correctly. Actually, you know what? We can check the internet. I'm sure that someone will have found this out before. C multi-line string. Oh yeah, right. Okay. Oh, that's right. You can put you can put the slash at the end. That is. They'll save a. That's less kind of dodgy looking than. Yeah, it's a little bit cleaner than just having quotes at the beginning and the end of every line. But anyway, we'll see. So we'll grab our disassembly as a basis. Kaiwa. Check Kaiwa. The other option would be just injecting stuff into the bytecode, which could do. It'd be very messy though, because there are like relative jumps, and you need to patch all those. I don't know, like this feels better for maintainability. Like, I mean, I was looking at the SCI engine in ScummVM before, and that's all bytecode patches, and like I kind of understand it because you know, it's more concise, but it is also very difficult to read casually. But then again, at the same time, like this feels very heavy, what I'm doing here. Okay, so we've got our original function. I will get the original, like the correct things that are meant to be in there. How will I do that though? Lasm? Yeah, alright. That was how I did it before. So we were gonna scroll up to check Kaiwa. Interesting. Okay, and like the other interesting thing was like earlier in the stream when we were checking what the full condition was, I think because we were checking with a different person, like that part of the game had English responses, whereas this only has Japanese responses to trigger the full condition. So we might be able to, we might be able to unify that across all of them. Like, what was the magic words? Get out of my hair. My hair. Yeah, only a few. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. Rajamon has get out of my hair. So maybe it's like a decoding error in. Yeah, it might actually be a decoding error in project arrays, that one, because look, we've got Rajumon right here saying, get out of my hair. Oh, no, the Kusamura. Sorry, not Rajumon. Yeah, okay, so the Kusamura shared director archive does not have get out of my hair. It doesn't have any English responses for the stupid path. So I'm gonna dump, while we're here, I'm gonna dump like the one on map 4. Project arrays, decompile. And it's gonna be here. We wanna dump scripts, because scripts are good. And we want to... Oh, and we need to include the... Yeah, run media. Cockwin, CK data, map04, share.dxr. Okay, and it's not... Oh no, it is a 906. Okay, it is a movie script 906. Fool, simpleton, stupid person, kill, shut up, get out of my hair. And a whole bunch more different Japanese things compared to that other movie. So we're re-adding we're re-adding functionality here, I feel. So in that case, I will use this as a basis for that. Oh, and I should probably convert this to UTF-8. Everyone's favorite UTF-8. Let's do that. Here we go. That should give us everything. Python. X decode. Shift.js. All right. I have a little comment here, so yeah. Cosmology of Kyoto has a text entry system. However, for the English version at least you are unlikely to guess the correct sequence of letters that constitute a valid answer. This is an attempt to make things fairer by removing the need for precise white space and punctuation. As fallback, yes should always mean a yes response, and no should always mean a no response. Okay. So, for starters, we need to think of like, hey Sev, yeah, so this is a D4 game and the scripts I think are compiled. So I was tossing up whether or not we like add a kind of like bytecode patcher like we do in the SCI engine, which is possible, but would be kind of, I don't know, a bit messy. And I figured anyway, like regardless of whether or not we go down that route, we're gonna have to like prototype what we want to do to fix the check Kaiwa function. So we're just gonna do it out here. But what I was thinking, I don't know, the plan that I had, right, was to have a second set of patches, which instead of like manually editing bits of text in the script, you literally can just say, okay, here's a function, please compile it, and then just replace whatever handler, you know, has that name. And then that might be like a little bit more accessible also for just people wanting to fix things. Okay, so we gotta... Yeah, so yeah, really we need to find a way to sanitize this. So I'm gonna open up the lingo dictionary. I want to see if there's a way of stripping out punctuation and white space. If there isn't, we might have to make a method for doing that. Is there like any text? Let's go to the... It could also just be text search being bad. Sprites. String expressions. Strings comparing, concatenating. Yeah, right. Well, yeah, it looks like we don't really get very much in the way of a free ride in terms of string manipulation, so we might have to non-alphabetical symbols, alphabetical listing of alpha words. Okay, so we're gonna need two. I mean, actually, we may not need to, anyway. Okay. I was thinking like maybe if we're like saying, like if we're defining this up here, maybe we don't need to define it down here in the patcher. Maybe we'll just we'll figure it out. But that's okay. We'll struggle on. Always be struggling on. But I think we need another function. We're gonna call this one like on scrub input input string end. Okay, do we have concatenate? Is concatenate one of the things that they've given us? Okay, yeah, alright. So it's just using the add operator. That's fine, we can do that. So what we're gonna do, I think, is we need to loop. Okay, we need to loop through the entire string. Okay, set result equals this. And then what? There was like a function that was mentioned. Comparing, concatenating. Not evaluating, not determining, maybe determining the number of characters in. That sounds kind of what we need. 132, 33. Oh, it's just length. Okay, yeah. It is just length. Repeat with x equals 1 to length input string and repeat. And we'll just go if we just basically want to check every character to see if it's alphabetical. That might be difficult for the Japanese letters. I've just realized that might be a smidge difficult. Okay, the number of cars in that. There's the number of items, which splits it up by letter. The number of cast members. Variables that hold strings, specify characters, words, items, lines, range. Okay, so if we do that, so the number of cars in input string. Yeah. Determining the numerical value of, huh? Interesting, okay. Maybe. You know what? I'm not sure what's smarter. Is it smarter to try and exclude... the other thing is I'm not sure how... the other thing is I'm not sure how characters. Do characters work, like, well, when we pick an individual character from a string, and it's double width, like in the case of shift.js, does that work okay? I guess we'll find out when we test this in Real Director. As commands, chunk expression, cars, car to num. Oh no, characters. Identifying the strings, determining the number of in-text class members and raising all, specifying first. Yeah, no, Seb raises a good point. The Roman lingo does have an effect of it. Because this is, it's an English, I don't know. Normally we kind of go into double, like double width mode if the language is Japanese, but in this case, it's an English translation, but it still has a lot of double width text in it. But yeah, so I've rigged it so that whenever Roman lingo gets set to false, which I think is the trigger for lingo to start using double width characters, it just assumes everything's in shift.js. That may or may not be sustainable going forward, but it's fine for now. But like the concern that I have is like when we're kind of identifying individual characters, it's saying like identifying the ASCII values of, like, that's not going to work for shift.js. Does that just treat it as like two individual characters? Here we go. Oh, okay. Must be car to num. Yeah, right. Car to num. Okay, so there's cars, which does, yep. Oh, okay, it's like a substring. And we've got car to num, which produces ASCII. Oh, okay, and it uses the first character of string expression. How are you meant to just like pick like a letter in the middle of the thing? Actually, why am I even doing this? I can, hang on, let's. Yeah. Sunville says, I've been trying to decipher the file format for this German bi-fi game. At the very least, I have the decompression figured out. Oh yeah, like the compression is the worst, hey? Like just, I mean, just in the sense that like, there's no real way around it. You have to kind of like do a bunch of disassembly and then port it to like a scripting language and then just bash your head against it until it produces something that isn't slop. No, I feel your pain. But what's the game? Is it Oh, the exe was using a custom packet too. That was a little easier. Just dump the memory before it adds relocations. Ah, okay. Yeah. The smart option. I really wish that there was a good way of doing that with like Win16 stuff. Like when I was doing my initial debugging of like Director 4, like they use a really weird packer called what's it called? Had a goofy name. I'd never seen it used before, but it like I ended up having to like buy a Windows 3.1 textbook for the internals to figure out what it was doing, because it uses an undocumented feature which allows you to kind of replace the segment loader and just like manually write stuff into memory. And it was using that to and it had split the program up into 132 different segments. Yeah, it's very cooked. What was it called? I really want to know what is it. Win16 debug? Opt loader. That's it. Yeah. I think that like it might have been part of like the Digital Mars. I don't know. I vaguely remember like one of the compiler vendors had like put an archive of it, and it was it was a packer that's written entirely in like handwritten assembler, and just oh, and yeah, the compression scheme that it used, it kind of was self-modifying, so it would unpack one segment and then it would use the contents of that unpacked segment as like part of the dictionary going forward. So yeah, like I kind of get what they were doing, but it was very memory unsafe. Like nothing about it was the slightest bit memory safe. It was a case of like, dear God, I mean, yeah, it was a case of, dear God, how is this working? And then also, oh my God, like Eric Raymond, or not Eric Raymond, yeah, definitely not Eric Raymond. Eric Raymond is someone else, but what's the guy's name? Like the Microsoft guy who has like all the war stories about backwards compatibility. This looked like a freaking nightmare to get working on anything other than Win16. Raymond Chan. Sorry, why did I... sorry, I don't know why. I didn't mean to compare him to Eric Raymond. Eric Raymond, horrible person. But yes. It was definitely like a case of just like looking into the abyss and going, dear God, like every application which does its own loader has to somehow work in a completely different kernel. Raymond Chen. Thank you for jogging my memory, Sonneveld. If you're listening, Raymond, I'm really sorry for comparing you to ESR. Yeah. Horrible. But getting back into it. So let's do a few little experiments here in our message window. Put car 3. I think this is how you meant to do it now. I think A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah, that's how you meant to get an individual character. I'd forgotten the if car X of input string put number car to num car 3 of A, B, C, D, F. Oh. All right. Might have to Oh, actually, no. I've got the Cosmology of Kyoto movie unpacked here, so we might be able to do some tests directly against some Shift.js stuff, which would be very nice. I'll just scrub on ahead to the 900s, which I think is where the game scripts are. Oh, okay, maybe it's 800? Maybe 900's too far. Oh, actually... No, this isn't the right share.dir. I misremembered. But maybe there'll be something in here with Shift.js that we can nick. Yeah, like that. Put Roman Wingo. Okay, set the Roman Wingo to 0. And that should... Huh? Come on. We're not allowed to change it from outside. That's a bit naff. Because if I do this, if I like copy this lovely emoji bake and then go put Kaiwa full, it'll give me that. And if I go put car 1 of Kaiwa full, yeah, it'll treat it as single. But hang on, if I hit play, will that be enough? Put the Roman Wingo. Still freaking 1. Okay. Here's the bit. Okay, I think I've got me an idea. Right, so there are the things that we kind of want to get rid of to make the game fairer are spaces, full stops, probably we'll say exclamation marks and question marks as well, because they suck. And if we're being nice, there's like a Japanese character for full stop, which I'm pretty sure is also included in a bunch of the responses. So we want to scrub all of those things. So what we can do is we can use... we can take advantage of the fact that we don't have to like check for characters. We can just test to see if strings match. And that will make the code a lot cleaner than like worrying about whatever encoding the character is, I think. I think that makes sense. So if we go cars input string x equals just a single space, then is it just continue? Is continue a keyword? Continue. And then else. Yeah, else if cars input string x equals, then continue, so full stop, then continue. And I get this is a bit basic. There may be like a nicer code golfier way of doing it, but it's it's lingo. It's going to be what it is. And there'll be opportunities to clean this up at the end, I feel, or later, or maybe never. Now, what was in that shift.js? Like, did we see it in the previous time we played the game? Oh, I guess not. Okay. Oh, but if we load up the movie script which had I fell it, that will have the full stop in it. Yep, okay. This guy, this full stop here, like, I'm reasonably certain that we don't, I mean, good to see you, Sonneveld. Have a good rest. Yeah, let's be kind and get rid of this this full stop as well, because I'm pretty sure you don't need that for it to be a valid answer. We're gonna do the patch. Else. Cool. Then in here we want to have our copy code, which is set result equals result car x of put string. Return results. Cool. So we have our function. And then going down here, we're going to... Yeah, we just have to wrap everything with it. So scrub input field car window. Number of items in scrub input, car were true. Scrub input, car false. And that should work, I think. So yeah, we're now just kind of removing any... Oh, yeah, okay, no. Okay. So, full stops, like, punctuation is fair game. Spaces we can't really... I mean, we can. Like, I to be honest, I added the space thing just because of the start. Like, at the start, that seems kind of... But really, if we're gonna play... If we remove all spaces, then it means that technically you can just say stupid person all one word, and it would still be a valid answer. Which, I mean... The upside, though, is that if you go... You don't have to have exactly one space between stupid and person. Like, I almost feel like this is... Like, getting rid of spaces is just nicer. All like, it just removes the impact of white space at all in a fairly kind of clean and... I don't know, non-opinionated way. So, you know what? That's fine. I think we'll just keep it like this. Cool. So we have all of those. We might actually just change. Yeah. So maybe like the way that we inject it, right, is that we compile both of these. That will give us a script archive with some handlers, and then we just kind of we stick those handlers to overwrite the ones that are already there in the movie. And we just assume that if there's a handler defined in this blob of text, it's something that we want to override. So we don't need to make a separate rule for scrub input or anything. So that, I like that. That makes more sense. We'll do that, and we'll do this. We may have to go through and make records for every... Like every one of the shared direct default things. You'd make a next step, Sev? What kind of next step? Okay, Kyoto true. I will admit, like, doing the string manipulation in C++ has its charms, but I also imagine that would be, like, more glue code. And in many cases, I mean, you're going to need to, like... You're going to need... I mean, we're going to need a script patch anyway in order to interface with some of the objects that are in the game. So... I think that this is good enough. It's just meant to be enough to make the game playable. Oh, the other thing we can do is we can be nice and add in a branch which always works for yes and no. So then you have your choice of like typing in an answer which makes sense, well, you know, an answer that's guaranteed to give you the yes or no response, or you can type in one of the many weird misspelled ones too. Okay. Okay. Pre-scrub all input. And choices to remove effects of and we'll go in addition actually no, okay. If scrub input Kiowa, actually no, Kiowa ans equals yes. What's it having a whinge about? Oh, that. Because I didn't escape that. Also if there we go. Okay, oh, and the other thing I need to check in the original is string equality. I think yes equals yes. Oh wait, oops. Put yes equals yes, okay. Yeah, so equality is case insensitive, which is what we want. So that should work, and that should work. Always give consistent results. And I mean, like, this here, like, it will mean that some parts of the game, like, where you have to, like, say the chant exactly the same, like, it'll treat that as a correct invocation of the chant, but I feel it's an acceptable trade-off because, like, some of the things that you need to say just make no sense. Anyway, okay, so we've got a patch, we've got a thing here. Actually, while you're here, Sev, is it, remind me, is it okay if I put in UTF-8 into the strings there? Is that allowed, or do I have to escape it in some way? Cool, thank you. Oh, escaping is more preferable. I guess I can escape it. There's not that much of it. Well, oh yeah, we'll do that later. It's neither here nor there. Where's the thing that actually checks out the... Oh, it's here. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking of converting it to U30. Like, doesn't the Lingo compiler accept U32 string, which should include all of that, I think. Good, good. Where's this called from again? This is... Oh god, that's right, it's in the preprocessor. Okay. So we can't... Alright, so... This is triggered... So this existing one is triggered by the preprocessor, which is not what we want. We want something that's close to the quirks mode. But... Oh wait, but quirks mode just runs at the very start, doesn't it? It doesn't run every time you... It doesn't run every time you start a new... or change movie, for instance. Maybe we'll have to add another hook, but... What's it do? Okay, so it goes through, it checks each game. Oh, I see, alright. So like every time... Okay, so like every time code is preprocessed by the... Every time code is sent to the preprocessor, like the Lingo patcher checks to see if it needs to be modded. I see. Okay. Yeah, sorry for the people watching that we're not seeing kind of more disturbing things in the game. Like, this is also for keeping myself honest, because quite honestly, like, I've been putting off doing work on the patcher like this. Right. Okay, so at which point do we want to run the patcher, or do we want to? I think it's gonna have to be like when a movie gets loaded. Or at least maybe when the cast... Okay, maybe when the cast gets loaded and it starts... Yeah, like when it's going ahead and creating script cast members, perhaps. Because that would be... That would be the logical point, right? Because it's loading the scripts into the Lingo context. Yeah, like we have all... Okay, so we've got like this, which kind of gets the metadata for the script. Where's the bit that actually goes... Yeah, actually defines scripts. Okay. where it goes through and it creates the lingo archive. Yeah, this dingus here. Load lingo context. Perfect. So what we need to do is we need to add in a check. Oh, so we've got the stream. We've got all this stuff here. It's loading in every entry into the lingo context. And then after loading in all the stuff into the archive, or compiling the scripts, for instance, we need, okay, so yeah, like after this step, we need to go and run, or, you know, call our patcher that we had here to just to do some modding. So common u32 string. Would it be in the lingo compiler though? Because I mean in the preprocessor when we call it, okay, no, apparently maybe just in that namespace, but yeah, it probably would be in the lingo compiler. So we go we'll make it void for now. Void lingo compiler. Generate patch script handler. And we'll go lingo archive script type cast member ID, and I think that should be enough. Yeah, because we pass it in the lingo archive, we can just mod it in place, like for extra I don't know, for extra grit. Yeah, so we're adding code v4. Okay, so firstly, do we have... All right, this is the context for the entire archive, I think. Yeah, it must be the context for the entire archive, and then that maps to, yeah, these script ID things. That's right. And then we go through all the lingo archive. So actually, no, we want to do it in here because this is where we're defining each of the script contents by ID. So we're going to go lingo compiler. Go cogen, that sounds about right. Yeah, and then we'll copy in our definition from here. Okay, where do we... Where's the constructor? Where do we build? Is it a... Oh, glingo underscore compiler. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. We can do that from inside cast. It's fine. Patch script handler. And then that's got to match. Is that right? This feels like it may not be right. Like this ID, that is it the that's not the same as the cast ID though. That's slightly different. I'm reasonably sure that it's slightly different. But anyway, we'll add in include director lingo code gem.h. Extra qualification, remember patch script. Oh, come on. What was the extra call? Oh, right. That was me screwing up the header. Happy? Happy now? No, because it has picked up that it's not a cast member ID. Okay, that's fair. But we're in a cast, and we know what the ID is. And I'm pretty sure that that's the member ID. So all we need to do here is go cast member ID. This, and then cast lib ID. Oops. I think that'll work. Which should handle D5 and D4, because that'll just default to the bog standard one. But anyway, so we'll go back here. We'll just add, for now, we'll just add in a check, and then we'll make sure that it's being run at the right spot. So we'll just grab, yeah, yeah. Let's copy this and mod it, even though it's going to be different. Turn script handler patch. Patches doing, this seems a bit sus, but we'll roll with it. that all should be about the same. And then, okay, and this is just like, yeah, right. So we'll get rid of this because this none of that applies to us. And we'll just go warning. Try to patch. Okay. S. SSSDD. And for that, we'll go patch to movie, patch dot extra, patch dot, what was the other one? Oh no, it was game ID, sorry. Movie patch dot type patch dot I think that's right. Oh no, it's just UTF-16. Oh, it got decomposed into 2. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Okay, so I got it right the first time. So we should see one of these every time we go into a place which has a shared .dxr. Assuming this builds. Yep, okay, that's fine. Did that do anything? That might not have done it. That might not have done it. I mean, did we? Oh, did I actually add it? Did I add it to Did I add it to? Yeah, I did. I added it to here. Cool. All right. So it is actually, it's trying. It is trying. And yeah, I've got score script. We've got, if we step inside. Oh. Oh, that might actually be it. This library is 0. Like, it shouldn't be 0, it should be 1. Why is it? What's all that about? Unless, of course, we have a race condition where cast live ID is not being set before we before we touch this part of the code, which is very possible. No, it should be legit. A castle ID gets created as part of the one of the very first things. Like, long before we get into like load lingo context, it should be like literally when we construct the cast. So why is it 0? That ain't right. Up 1. Yeah, cast live ID is 1. So why did it get changed to this? Oh, but now okay, it was just garbage. It did actually get set to the right thing. Ignore me. I'm just not paying attention. Yeah, right. So we'll go the cosmology of cosmology. Hey, Kinnickos Dragon. Yeah, it's the cosmology of writing a very complicated patcher, which we are likely to need for many other director games. Okay. All right. What did I say we were going to patch? I said we were going to patch script 906. So I'm not sure if you heard slightly earlier. What we did right was we were trying to fix like all the text boxes in the game at once, and we've done this by kind of taking the original code for checking whether or not it's a yes or no answer. Firstly, by just adding in yes and no as like explicit things you can just type in, and the other part is like scrubbing all of the extra crap from the accepted answers, like spaces and periods and exclamation points and question marks. So yeah, like we're just kind of we're making a better text box entry, and that should hopefully mean that if you do feel the need to like, because like we like I was running into things at the very start where like, because the text box already has a space in the thing at the like when you load up the screen, typing in yes full stop would obviously not work because there's a space at the very front. But other screens in the game, they need you to put a space at the front. It's like some need just the word yes, some need space yes full stop, others need yes full stop. Like all this, yeah. So that's right. Oh yeah, Kinnickos, like Kinnick Striker says, that kept happening to Dr. CDCS, but even worse is that the text box was just white on my text. Yeah, I don't think they tested the Windows version particularly well. Like the intention is that it's meant to be white text on a black background, but I guess in some like context, like the editor widget just is white background as well. We don't have that issue. Hopefully, I went through and figured out why text wasn't appearing, and it was, yeah. Yeah, it's literally impossible to tell what answer you're allowed to give, because like in some other cases, like, I don't know, the one that kind of gets me at the start is, despite the fact that the branching path is a yes and a no answer, if you type yes full stop when you, if you type yes full stop to the warrior at the front, like the first conversation you can have in the game, that counts as a no. They programmed that in as no. It was really, it's a cool system. But like just playing it through, I really wonder like how many people who played this in English actually managed to get through a conversation, because it's really hard to, I just so many of these options I don't think you'd ever guess. Like oh yeah, and like the other kind of fun thing which people may not be aware is that yeah, when you all the text, there is a special flag in the game that happens if you type one of these following things into the text box. If you type fool, simpleton, stupid, person, kill, shut up, exclamation mark, or get out of my hair, exclamation mark, that sets a special flag in the game, which I don't know what it does, but maybe like some kind of karmic response that happens later. But only on some screens. Some screens they forgot to add in the English text, and you have to remember to like type in the Japanese equivalent. Kinnick Australia says, I feel the white on white text is some incompatibility with Windows 3.1 reserves some colors and you literally cannot override this. Potentially, like the Director 4 in Windows, like the Windows 3.1 version of Director 4 goes to quite a bit of length to like re-implement a bunch of Macintosh APIs. Like it's still like quite a lot of it, you know, I guess because like original Director was like very much a Macintosh native application. They just like most of the widgets and such are just like re-implemented Macintosh widgets to some success. But yeah, like in Director, like the way that transparency and stuff work is dictated by color 0, which I think is black, and color 255, which I think is white. And there are many circumstances where even though you can like change the entire palette, like those two colors will act as if they're white and black respectively. Okay. Well, enough chatting. I better get back to like the terrible debugging part. Oh, the original Director was written in Pascal. Yes. So good point. Did they port it to something else later? It feels like they might have ported it to something else later. Well, I mean, like they rewrote the entire thing. I know that much. Okay, so we got a break here. If I see what yeah, okay. So of course it's not going to happen on the front screen because that uses a very different shared .dir. If I recall correctly, in the patcher, yeah, I just did it for the conversation with the guy outside. So yeah, of course we wouldn't have any patches happening now. That's okay. Del 1. So resume a game. How dare you? I did not make a mistake. Maybe I made a mistake of typing too quickly. So now, changing the screen.
こんなところで何をして
Did that work? It didn't work. It didn't work. Okay. Why didn't it work? Yeah, we can have a look at some of the, well, we've got some of the lovely responses here, which was, yeah, so for this first conversation, the yes answer is saying behind, full stop, demon, full stop, I do, full stop, I fell it, full stop, feel it, full stop, look out, full stop, oh, full stop, I see it, full stop, see it, full stop, oh, exclamation mark, full stop. And then the no responses are dash full stop, yes, full stop, noting, full stop, I don't know, full stop, don't know, full stop, and where, question mark. It's just, like, I don't know who's... Yeah, like, it's a bit cruel to, like, to not put yes and no in the right spot for an ostensibly yes or no question, which is why we're... Patch it so full stop is also considered a correct answer. Yeah, I mean, like, but would that be yes or no, Sev? That's the question. I honestly couldn't tell you. Okay, well, clearly something is not matching properly, so let's just print everything and then sift through the swill. We can do this. And we'll go movie C string. And then type ID as string C str. Kinnikos Dragon, I think it's meant to say nothing. Like again, like the working theory I have is that the localization team, which did a really good job with the rest of the game, they didn't get a chance to have a go at the game scripts, and these are maybe just like original placeholders by the first set of devs, which yeah, makes it quite Yeah, something like that. Like either more likely, maybe it was just kind of like missed as part of the delegation process. Like sometimes it's easy to just export all of the text, and maybe they just didn't think about exporting the game scripts as well. Okay, so we've rebuilt this. We should now be able to have another stab. If I can find the tab I was in. This one. Kinnikus Dragon reminds me how in the unreleased expansion pack for Urban Assault, one of the Gorkos missions has a briefing that states you should claim the power stations in the west. You already start in the west, the power stations in question are on the east of the map. Yeah, just keeping you on your toes. Keeping on your toes like that. Yeah, alright, so it is trying all of the things in that and that, which is good. We'll go to the conversation and see which bit isn't working. So cornfield. Why did I make a mistake, game? Is it because there's a space at the start? I would love nothing more than to use the debugger to jump straight ahead to... Actually... What am I saying? Oh, and that's the other thing. I also need to fix the bug with the Windows key. But yeah, we're gonna go... Amulet. Because now that'll save us having to like bop the little guy on the head. Just we get to town. There we go. Yep. So we've gone up to and it keeps, I don't know, we only reload the shared director file when we have to. So when we move into the very first time we like go to a Rajumon movie, that's when we load the shared.dxr. And oh, did I patch the wrong one? Oh, okay. I was looking for the wrong one. That'd be why. I think. I was at Kusamura where it should be Rajumon. But that's mostly correct. So there's all these shared bits and bobs in there. Did I dump the shared script for that? Oh, Kinnikus Dragon asks, are those multi-byte bits Shift.js or Unicode? They are, of course, God's own Shift.js. This game came out in 1994, I think before... Well, I guess Unicode, like, there was some form of Unicode around, but yeah, like Director just kind of deals mostly in. I mean, Director deals mostly in Mac Roman format, even on Windows. Like Director 4 will use things like just single. I don't know, like Windows, for instance, has like carriage return line feed to indicate that you go to a new line. Not so in Director, it uses just line feed because, it just uses carriage return, because that's what the Mac does. And in this particular instance, it uses whatever Mac variant of Shift JIS there is. So project arrays, which is like the script dumper that I'm looking at, doesn't really decode that properly. In ScummVM, we do decode that. All right, so that should be okay. But where was I? Okay, I need to dump this particular shared.dxr because by the looks of it, we are going to have to like make a different patch for every freaking copy of the shared.dxr, which is wonderful. I really big fan of doing that, but that's okay. I'll just find a. Project arrays, decompile. CK data. Kusamura. Oh no, Rajumon. Share.dxr. Oh, and I didn't decompile it. That's fine. I'll do that again. Dump scripts. That's right. And we're looking for Kaiwa. Okay, so it's script number 840, which is different. Yeah, so looks like each of these shared casts has a different position for the script that we need to patch. So good that we're designing for that. And that was a score script, yeah. That was yeah. Oh no, it's a movie script. Okay, we gotta patch a movie script. So I think that'll find it. That'll find it well and good. So now we got to think about how we inject this stuff. And the answer is going to be using the compiler to build our fix here. And then merge it in. Kinnikus Dragon is asking, last time I caught you working on Team Extreme, what did you end up working on that front? We finished the game with a lot of hacking all the way through. Where do we get with that? So there are a few things we didn't fix that time around. One was the strobing issue where the inventory wouldn't show up because it made use of a director hack where like every item in the inventory was basically just like, it would print an item, then it would use the script to move the cursor, and then print another item, then move the script. Yeah, anyway, that's something a bunch of games we need to sort out. What was the other things it was doing? I ended up having like a go at like the mini games seemed really broken, and they were so broken I had to like pull out like original hardware to check what it was actually meant to be doing. Original hardware also runs the game like really, really way too fast, which makes me think that maybe the original game has timing issues and ScummVM is actually like more correct compared to what was originally there, or more resilient than the original. But the mini game, there's like a really complicated mini game at the end where you had to like extinguish. You had like a radar screen and you had to do something like you had a really crappy joystick for moving a cursor around the radar, and you had to like hit a storm with it, and it was just not clear in the slides what you were expected to do. And I can say that from like playing the game on original hardware, you at least figure out what you're meant to be doing. Like there's something with like it's meant to draw lines on the screen that move around, and for whatever reason that isn't happening, or we haven't fixed that. So yeah, at some point I will get back to I mean, like, I've got all of the bugs in the backlog. I will maybe go back and have another look at that after Kyoto. It was more just a case of like I wanted to kind of at least see, get to the end of the game and list all the things that needed to be fixed so that I could kind of, I don't know, pick them off as they went. As it happened, there was just like, it also kind of coincided with the release of version 2.8, which meant like a lot of last minute prep to get like Dark Eye and such polished. So I was spending quite a bit of time getting that sorted out. Oh yeah, the hardware that I have is a Pentium laptop, and it is far too fast. So Pentium 2, that would just, yeah, it was just like a ridiculous increase in speed at the time, if I recall correctly. Yeah, just there was like real crazy few years when they just kind of went through the first 4 Pentiums, and then all of a sudden they just kind of hit a big old ceiling on speed. Okay. No putting it off. Gonna have to figure out how to use the compiler now. Gonna have to compile a thing. Well, I mean, this has got to use I mean, no, it doesn't have to use the compiler because it uses the preprocessor. So, how do we... Okay, we'll go back to the cast. The cast uses add code v4, which then I think invokes the compiler. So what was the other one? Like, I think it's just add code for adding. Yeah, okay. There's just add code, which does that, but it doesn't. There's add code and replace code, but I'm not sure if replace code injects. Fox, like, I don't think, like, I mean, like, the Pentium didn't, sorry, like, the Pentiums and up, they didn't really come with a turbo button, if I recall correctly, because, yeah, your old, like, 386 and 486 you could have, they had, like, a hardware turbo button, which would drop it down to some tiny number of megahertz, but you don't, I think they gave up on that with the Pentium. And yeah, like, so like Team Extreme is an example of a game that runs as fast as Director will allow it to draw to the screen. And on a Pentium, that's pretty fast. Like, that's hundreds of frames a second. Whereas I think that for the hardware that they were designing it on, it would have been closer to just like, like a comfortable like 30-ish, 30 to 60. So yeah, ScummVM has a cap for it won't go faster than 60 frames a second, for instance, because there's no real games that, at least for like the version directors that we're looking at, there's not really any games which legitimately go that fast, at least not yet. And it seems to have been okay so far. Okay. where's replace code? Because that sounds like exactly what I want, which means it's probably not going to work. For cases when replacing the script context is expected, use replace code. Oh, okay, but that just wipes everything. Less enthused about that. Maybe we can make another one, which which. So, what if we okay, hear me out. What if we take this and we make a new one called void lingo archive hot patch, or like patch code, and we keep all of this stuff and all of these things. Okay, so compile lingo does use because like what I'm worried about is I don't want to wipe everything else that's in that that script. I just want to wipe a few. I just want to wipe a couple of handlers, just a couple of handlers, just a few carefully selected handlers. Come on. Ah, right, okay. You can give it a null pointer for the archive. That is useful. We'll probably do that, and then we'll just kind of cherry pick the things we want. Yeah, all right. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. So we'll go here. Patching code for that. Make it pretty much the same as this. How about now? Does it match a declaration? Yes, it does. Okay. So we'll take this. Script context G, compile lingo, code, null pointer. So we don't overwrite anything. And we pass it in all of this stuff. What does it use the context name for? Do we need that? I don't think we need that. Like, what does anonymous do? Does anonymous care? Yeah, okay, it kind of does. It kind of does. Okay. Kind of does care. Oh, okay. Is this for is compile lingo for a single function? No, it can't be, because this is like pre-processing it here. But oh, okay. Does that current func? Oh, is this for, oh, this is for a scopeless function. Okay. Compiles handler by handle, so you may just intercept a handler name and replace with your code. Yeah, the bit I'm a little... honestly, like, it's just this script name thing here, which I'm not sure about. I can't remember if that... Because I thought that script context... Like, I thought that compile lingo would just take in the literal text that's inside a script cast member and spit out a pre-scan methods. Oh, okay. Pre-scan methods, huh? Okay, no, okay. That answers my question. So it does actually, like, scrub through the entire thing. That's fine. I'll just compile it as an anonymous blob. No, I can't do it as an anonymous blob, can I? Because that will be just a single scopeless function. Whereas what I want... Yeah, okay. We'll compile this as... We'll try it this way. We'll compile it as a thing with a name, like an arbitrary name, and then we'll sub it back in. Sub it back into here we go. Kinnikus Dragon, that's what we are finding out. You can... So it is like, you can use project arrays to unprotect the archives and make in just edit, edit it in the director editor to do patches, and that's entirely an option. The thing that we're kind of doing here is creating a means for, I don't know, a way of just like hot patching with ScummVM rules. Like, we already have a way of doing it with just written scripts that are in Director 3 games, but Director 4 and up, we don't really have anything. So I am trying to write something for that now. But yeah, there's been a few games like the 7 Colors, I think, was like a fan translation, and that was all kind of like manually edited by hand. And obviously, yeah, if there is like a fan translation, we just add that as a separate a fan translation or a fan patch, we could just add that in as a separate detection item. But in this particular instance, like, given that it was an English release, feels like it makes sense to just add the patch here so that everyone gets everyone can enjoy a non-cooked parser. But yeah, good point. Shit, okay. So yes, we want to compile this, type context name. We'll just call it patches. And yep, that's all using the same thing. So actually we want the opposite of this check. If there is no existing script context, don't try and patch it. Okay. So we've got all that. We don't need this. Actually, we'll just go script name. And then we'll go to here. And we have our script context. Now this is definitely the point at which I'm going to probably have to like look at in the debugger, because I don't remember too well like what things we have that we can mess with, but that's fine. We can. So we'll just wire up what we have. So going all the way back to the patcher, we can now go glingo compiler patch lingo code. Oh wait, no, not that. Just glingo. What was it? It wasn't. It was like add code. Oh, that's right. Archive patch code, and then we'll go common u32 string patch did I call it code? No, of course I called it handler body. That's a much more intuitive name. And then we go patch type patch ID. So that will call a little bit round trippy, maybe worth moving the thing out of the lingo compiler, but it's again prototyping. It's hard, you know. The more you spend kind of like worrying about perfection, the harder it is to actually get anything done. So we're just not gonna bother. We're just gonna be sloppy. Gonna be real sloppy, because that's what gets results. And we want to patch. Oh no, it was in here, wasn't it? That's right, it was in patch code. Okay, and that will trigger this, which will at the very least try and compile the code that we have. So I think if we build this, throw a breakpoint here, and then go talk to the man, like the warrior guy, that should be enough to trigger the patching mechanism. Cool. So break and lingo.cp3 lingo.cp354. Gonna show up. Game, please. There we go. Whoops. Oop, I just realized I better cut a highlight of last week's video before Twitch kills it. Normally I'm pretty good about remembering, but this time I forgot. And I mean, it's not the end of the world. It just means I have to like upload a massive file if I screw up and forget. There we go. So that's doing its thing. Now, will the patcher work? So I think in this save game I should have the amulet, which means we should be able to just charge on ahead. Yep, oh, and I've got the clothes, so... Whoa, okay, interesting. What's going on here? Try to patch... Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, you know what I forgot to do. You know what I forgot. You know what I forgot to do. Yeah, it's just trying to patch the same thing over and over again. It's not ideal. Oh, Kinnikos Dragon, this is an AMD Ryzen 1700. Like it was one of the first editions. Maybe it's time for an upgrade. I don't know. Like, the only irritant is that, like, for some reason that it. I mean, actually, I don't think it's like the fact that it kind of hangs before it starts up ScummVM. That's an irritant. I think it might actually be related to the NVIDIA drivers. I was about to blame AMD, but I don't think it's AMD. Oh, and I need to put a breakpoint in. That's also important. Nice. Okay, so we've hit our we've hit that. We're gonna try. I should have turned verbose mode on for the debugger. Okay. What are we doing? Lingo compile debug level 5. One more go. Chug it, 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 chug it. There we go. Resume, a mullet. Okay, so here we are. We've got the patcher, and if I Oh. Okay. Yep, that's all right. It's okay. It's okay. We just got a little. Just got to add a little negative in there because really we're just checking to see if it's not existing. So it's fine. There's nothing wrong. It's all working exactly as expected. Okay. Patch code. But yeah, I think that kind of allowing people to kind of write just lingo text overrides for functions, that's got to be better, right? I mean, I look at poor Sluicebox having to kind of deal with, I don't know, byte level changes to the SCI bytecode, and like that's, yeah, no. That's I can't condone that kind of pain. That just seems, yeah, seems it would send people to an early grave with too much stress. There's a better way. Okay. All right, now we're gonna try compile the lingo. Okay. Did I get that wrong? Did I get that wrong? Expected line break at line 1, column 33. All right. So, a while ago in the stream, I was whinging about how everything has to be in Mac format. That includes the line breaks, which, not gonna lie, look, I mean, I don't want to have to. There's got to be a preprocessor flag, right? Because you can see here, like, it's trying to load everything as one line because it's just assuming that, because it's pre-processing it like it would a normal script that's in the thing, and it's trying to convert all the new lines to nothing, and all of the carriage returns to new lines. So there's got to be a preprocessor thing for turning that off. There's got to be. That sounds incredibly like something we'd want to turn off. You have no end lines in your script. You have space, / new line. I thought the it just translates as space. Okay. Thanks, Sev. Yeah, okay. That's fair. Okay. So really, we need to put in a. Okay, so we gotta put carriage returns in at the end of each line. Is that what the universe wants? Because I'll do it. I'll put carriage returns in the end of every line. I've been spoiled with multi-line Python strings once again. And yes, there is probably a smarter way of doing it in Vim. I guarantee you, the amount of time I'd spend looking up the Vim manual to find that way would be not as quick as just doing it by hand. Especially given how many / characters. I mean, you'd probably search and replaceable, but yeah, just okay. Cool. Patch code. Okay. This is the run. This is the one that is going to work. I've made a mistake. Right. Ooh, alright. It worked that time. So what we got in this script context? We've got method names. We've got properties. We've got all sorts of stuff. Now, what I'd like to do is I would like to go into the big list of handlers and nick. Actually, yeah, what is the big list of handlers? Is it just handlers? Event, no, that's event handlers. Function handlers? Yeah, function handlers. Yep, size 2, which is the two function handlers that we fixed. So now we got to find a way of doing. Okay, so I'll go for auto it sc function handlers. Key. This is the naive approach, but this doesn't take into account like what is the ultimate owner of the script context. And I mean, like function handlers, for instance. Like, what's the deal with that? That's Like, I'm pretty sure that's the source of truth for that. Like in code like in here. Like if we go into here. Yeah, so it generates... Yeah, okay, so it compiles the symbol. It then creates the context. Does assembly context go anywhere else? Okay, so it's self-referential. Yeah, right. Okay. So we're gonna have to patch that, I think. A little bit circular. Okay, the definition is current assembly. So does current assembly go anywhere? Okay, current assembly, ownership of current assembly looks like it does go into this handler definition here. Like it doesn't look like it gets squibbed in here. It gets squibbed in there, which then kind of gets stored in the context, and then it just gets forgotten, which suggests that that's now the owner of that, which is good news for my horrible thing. Because we do that, we can do this. We can also, I think we would need to change the reverse pointer though. Because back here, right, we have this handler. Okay, oh yeah. So we've got this handler, which points to this symbol, and this symbol has... It has the top level context as CTX. That's no longer going to exist after we mess with it. So I'm going to have to change that definition to be the new parent, which we can absolutely do. Equals this. Oh. No, we can still do this. We can still do this. We just need to be a little bit more crafty, I think. So if we change this to be that, and then we inject that into here, then after all that we can sc function handlers clear, and then at the very end delete sc. And I think that transfers ownership. Yeah, it should. Either that or it just creates a ton of memory leaks and will crash instantly, but only one way to discover that, and that is by building the code, running the conversation, and seeing if it eats it and dies. resume this. Okay. It's apparently done it. Let's have a look. Funks. And I think the shared one is... Okay, so there should be scrub input. Scrub input is there. This is looking good. DA 840 scrub input. Oh yes. Oh yes. Yep, it's got all of the terrible things that I put into... Hang on a... What? Okay. Oh no, that's right. It's checking... Oh yeah, it's got the characters. It's got the right characters. Yeah, full stop, exclamation mark. Yep, all that's fine. And then the other one is check Kaiwa, which should now call scrub input. Yes, it calls scrub input. Oh, all right. Very nice, very nice. So let's go talk to the guy and see if just typing in yes without any punctuation kills the yokai on the first go. This is the run. This is the real test. Yep, you can take that.
わしは源頼光の渡辺の綱と申す。この札をつくも神の鬼に奪われ難儀していたのじゃ。ん？何やら容器を感じぬか。
You know what? I'm gonna throw caution to the wind. I'm gonna put a bunch of spaces. YS. Huh. What happened there? Okay. Yeah, right. That's okay. We get a second chance. I just gotta remember to frick, what was it? It was... That's it. Okay, did that actually work? Check Kaiwa. I mean, did that get called? Did that get called? Why did that not get called? Oh no, it did. Yep. So that got pushed onto the stack. That was the answer. Doesn't look like it's running our code. But, oh no, 840 check Kaiwa. Because yeah, it should be scrubbing. Should be doing a lot of scrubbing. I don't see very much scrubbing. Because like, look, if I search for scrub, yeah, nothing. Whereas this function reference here. Oh, is there another mapping? Is there another mapping that it's getting the function from, which I didn't change, and it still cached the old one? That is entirely a thing that could have happened. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, so close. Come on. Don't give up now. Don't give up now. We've got this. Lingo code at CPP? Is that where? Because really it will come down to like LC call, right? LC call, which searches around for glingo get handler, which then, yeah, okay, it checks state context, and state context function handlers contains name. If they're a local. This one is not. It's in a movie script, which means that we must go to get current movie, get handler, which then checks the shared. Yeah, it just checks the function handlers list. Is that different? Is that a different list? It is a. Oh, it's a different list. God. It looks very similar, but it doesn't have an underscore. Okay, well that's fine. We can patch that too. We can patch that too. We absolutely can patch the ever-loving snot out of it. Because it's in. Yeah, it's in the archive. Where do we do? Yeah, lingo archive function handlers. Okay. Which would then mean. Okay, so how do we do it? What things touch that function handlers dictionary? Because I feel that will inform my answer. Yeah, right. So this is the bit in the compiler which adds it to the, which registers it with the containing archive. Yeah, right. So yeah, we just nuke it. We just nuke it. Easy. Easy. So we've done all that. Okay, function handlers. Right. Key. Okay. That's built. Start this. And then resume. Okay. Debug flag, enable Wingo exec, debug level 5. And I'm just going to reset my scroll back.
こんなところで何をしている。ここには鬼が出るとの噂がある。早々に立ち去れ。ほう、その札をどうなされた。それは我が君より賜った鬼神退治の証拠の札。返してください。かたじけない。わしは源頼光の老渡辺の綱と申す。この札をつくも神の鬼に奪われ難儀していたのじゃ。ん？何やら妖気を感じぬか。
Yes.
さてこそ出よ。
Freaking works.
己逃げおったか。
I don't know why I'd ignore my input then, and I don't care.
これから都に入られるのじゃな。
The central...
都には
Actually, we'll just double check that worked okay. But I think it did. Yep, there we go. So it's now scrubbing the input as it should. I believe that yeah, so that time it was yes with a space at the start, which is not a valid one. And then after scrubbing that, it would have gone all the way back to the start. Yep, and it's assembled that into just yes without any punctuation. And then it hit the short circuit rule, which means that was legit. Okay,
鬼
excellent.
が出没いたす。我が家10代の名刀、ひげ切りを守り刀となされるがよい。
Very nice. Very nice.
心していかれよ。さらばじゃ。
Whew, alright. So I'm kind of I'm quite happy actually with how that turned out. Yeah, so it is now bordering up to 4 hours 32 minutes. Yeah, but we now have a patcher. We now can literally just replace any lingo code we want in any game with just plain lingo code. You don't have to like worry about like byte patching or anything like that. It's all nice and good. Why is Kyoto so messed up and invested with demons? Possibly that kind of gets revealed if you spend enough time wandering around. But I haven't quite done that yet. Oh no, there's a yokai. Oh no, it's a comet. But there are yokai around if you go too close, I think, to the comet. But yeah, I think I might call it there for today. Sorry there wasn't very much gameplay, it was mostly me just kind of griping a little bit about an otherwise essential job. But yeah, next week I think we have enough bits and bobs in place to, at the very least, make it to the end of the map. I don't know if there's actually an end to the game, but we can at the very least get to the palace and see what's there. But yeah, thanks so much for watching, everybody. This has been super fun as always. Who is there online? Oh, we've got a few people. Oh, I see Summer is playing FTL. Let's go say hi to Summer. Assuming I can do my thing. Alright. There we go. But yeah, I've already said thank you, but I'll say it again. Thank you again, everyone, for hanging out, and see you probably same time next week. Bye.